Hey Laura, I don't know what happened there. I just restarted a new one. That's frustrating. Um, Laura, Whip. Hey Gabriel, I'm having trouble with Whip. He messaged me on Instagram saying he was on my live yesterday and I couldn't see him. You saw him in chat a minute ago, but I couldn't. Can when Whip comes back in, could you please tap on his name and see if you can make him a mod? Let me see. Laura, I just made you a managing moderator. I don't know if that helps or not. Laura, can you hear me? Hey Eyeball, good to see you. Yep, doing some tank maintenance today. Laura, if you see Whip in the comments, tap on his name and make sure he's not banned or anything like that for me. All you have to do is tap on his name. You don't have to read that. Just close it, Laura. You were a standard moderator before. Now you're a managing moderator. You don't have to read all that crap. Just do the same thing you were doing before. How you doing this morning, Eyeball Pirate? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. I never have gotten that crap, but I want to read it because it would help. Okay, you can read it. The main thing, other than your legendary moderating skills, what am I focusing on right now is to see if he just read my Instagram, so he should be coming on shortly. I would do it myself, but I am not seeing his name come up at chat. Like you saw him earlier, I didn't see it. For some reason, I'm not seeing him. And we're trying to fix that. So if you see his name, tap on it and make him a moderator for me. If you can. I don't know if you can do that or not. But at the very least, tap on his name and make sure he is not banned or suspended or anything like that, if you would. So this is the 125-gallon Goldfish tank. This tank here, all I really have to do is scrape the algae off the front glass and pull some water out and refill. Oh, I thought you saw his name in chat. Hey Garcia, good to see you, buddy. We can't figure out what's going on because he's not being able to, when he chats, anything he posts in the chat, it disappears, like he's suspended or banned or something, but he's not. Unless I had a moderator ban him by accident or something, I don't know what's going on. Well, Garcia, I do monthly tank maintenance. It is due for the month, so I'm just going to go around and scrape some algae and do some water changing. Hi, Craig. I started my scheduled live, but I accidentally excuse my language, I accidentally ended it. Just had to start a new one over again. I hate when that happens. Atkins comes in. You need a reason? Does anybody see Whip's World in the chat room? This is the problem. He's chatting in here, but his messages aren't showing. And we can't figure this out. Whip, do you have this problem with anybody else's channel? Or is it just mine? Let me know in the Instagram chat. Nobody sees him. Yeah, see, he's only having this problem on my channel, nobody else's. This is weird. And Whip, I want to fix this. I mean, I know you said earlier if we can't fix it, you can still watch. I want you to be able to chat. I mean, so maybe we need to talk to like Stephen P. or Jenna or Rico Stan, or maybe you can talk to one of them guys about it. And I think you have some of their numbers. You have a closer relationship than I do. Maybe we can figure this thing out. They can help us. Craig's, you can't see him. So I researched this a little bit, and what Google said, you can go to Google account slash, what is it? Google account slash. It says, to unblock a viewer, go to my account, google.com block list. And I did that. And it says I have no blocked users. So I'm not sure why he can't chat. Nah, Garcia, it's just time for my monthly tank maintenance. I do it once a month. So I just going to go around the room and do some algae scraping and water changing. Before my original live stream messed up, what I was saying was, if anybody watches my channel, when it comes to algae scrapers, there's only about 2 that I like. All the other ones are garbage. Top Fin makes a garbage algae scraper. That thing's like a brick. It sinks. It doesn't float. It's too bulky. Magfloat here, we're all familiar with those. They make a fantastic algae scraper. They're light, they float, but they are still a little bit bulky. But they do a good job. My number one favorite is the flippers, because, well, they're the cream of the crop when it comes to algae scrapers. You pay good money for them, but they have a lot thinner of a profile. They get around things a lot easier. You can flip it to a scraper or flip it just to a soft side. You just can't beat those algae scrapers. They are my favorite. This is my second favorite, the mag floats. Other than just taking a handheld scraper and getting in there, they are the best. Oh yeah, Dale. I got like 3 of those things, and I took them all out and put them in where I store aquarium stuff, and now it's flipper and mag floats. Or I'll tell you another cool thing. I did a review on some flipper products. I contacted them, and they sent me a few products to review. One of which is their platinum hand scraper. If any of you guys are not familiar with the platinum hand scrapers, it looks like this. This is one of the things they sent me to review. This thing works really well, and you can get this in different sizes. Okay? They did send me the metal scraper for it, and it also came with the plastic one. This is good for acrylic. As you can see, it has like a serrated edge and a smooth edge, and you can orient this any way you want. Or if you lose these or break these, this thing is designed to take any credit card, and it slips in and out really easy. And like I said, you can put a credit card in here. That's its whole selling feature. If you don't want to buy the replacement blades, you can just put any credit card in here, and this thing does a good job. So I use those too. But if I can get away with it, I use my algae magnetic scrapers. Dean says, I'm ordering some Moscow greens and Moscow purples for my summer tops. Very cool, Dean. Yeah, I don't. So it sounds like Craig's had a similar issue with Brookley. I don't know why they disappear, but I think Whip's going to ask around, like Rico Stan and Stephen P. Maybe they can help us fix this. Yeah, Atkins Flipper's my favorite, man. I've got the Big Max, which is too much for my tanks, really. I got the Flipper Nanos. They're fantastic. Well, eyeball, let me show you. The nice thing about doing these maintenance streams, it takes a while for these tanks to fill up, so it gives me time to chat with you during that time. So it's very important to vary your fish's diet. And goldfish for sure need some vegetables too. So I'll periodically put like unsalted deshelled peas in here, which is, I don't do it a lot, but I do it periodically for fresh vegetables. But on a daily basis, I feed them the extreme goldfish pellets. And what's nice about these is they're semi-floating. So one out of say 6 or 7 pellets float. The rest will, they don't go straight to the bottom, they float in the water column. It's very important for goldfish especially because you don't want to feed goldfish flakes or anything that floats because they go to the surface and they start gulping air, and because of that what you end up with is bloat and things like that. So I get like a sinking pellet or a semi-sinking pellet and I feed them this. But for a staple veggie diet, I feed them high quality veggie pellets, Northfin Veggie and New Life Spectrum Algae Max to mix. So I go back and forth between that and fresh vegetables periodically. Hey MITB, good to see you. Thanks for the stop sign, Laura. Craig's even blocked to unblock to see if it helps. And see nothing. Okay. So, are you talking about whip, Craig, or broccoli with your experience? The goldfish are pretty and healthy looking. Remember that. What I did to them designer goldfish. I don't remember what you did, Craig's. Laura's going to leave for a bit. I can hunt down whip in another place and send an invite. Yeah, Laura, try that. See if that works. I appreciate your help on this. Do you throw duckweed for them to eat? Nope. This was an actually really nice planted tank for a long while too, eyeball. But BBA covered all the plants, and BBA is hard to get off. They really didn't munch on the plants that much. They had jungle vow in here, had an Amazon sword. There's still a few little scragglers in there, but I can put water sprite in there, and they munch on that a little bit too. 2 months before they went to fishy heaven. Sorry to hear that, Craig. Broccoli, okay. I submerged the flake food to help. Yeah, that's a good idea. You can do flake food if you like take a handful, you stick it down in the water and then let it go so it doesn't float. That's a good point, Gabriel. Yeah, BBA sucks. I hate it. I can't get rid of it. I'm almost inclined to throw the whole dang plant out and just get another one. I don't know why I have blackbeard algae issues in most of my tanks. It's not a bad thing. It's good for the aquarium, but what I hate about it is it takes over everything. Yeah, Atkins, exactly. It kind of gives you like a natural, maybe like a dingy river biotope looking thing, but I don't know. I can't stand the stuff, and I have algae in these tanks. Maybe I just think maybe I'm leaving my lights on too long or something. I've dialed it down. I guess I'm gonna have to make it like 6 hours a day or something. True, Craig. I do know that if you do more water changes, it does cut down on that. Maybe that's my problem. When I first started, I was doing weekly water changes. Then I went to bi-weekly, and then as time went on, I realized I only need to do this once a month because my nitrates are staying decently low. And the less you do, the better. The less you stress out the fish, blah blah blah. But I may need to go back to maybe 2 week water changes again to cut down on these algae issues. Yeah, it looks terrible. Once it's on something, there ain't no getting it off. Like, I have even tried taking a plant and taking a razor blade to scrape it off, and that doesn't even work. And I have to use my Flipper Algae Max that has a super strong magnet on it in order to get it off the glass, unless I'm doing it by hand. But this tank's pretty easy. The thing that takes the longest when I'm doing my water changes is this part, refilling it. And we're just going to go right around the room. After this one, we're going to get that 29, that 125. We're going to get the Oscar tank. And we're going to get these two 75s, then this 55, and then I just need to top this dirty tank off. Once I get to that end part, we'll see where we're at on time. We'll see how the stream's doing. If it's still going good, we'll go ahead and get my small tanks. I got two 10-gallon longs that could use a little water change and a 20-gallon long male beta tank. Oh yeah, Michael. Yeah. So all the goldfish you see in here now actually came with this aquarium off the girl I bought it off of. The two goldfish that I put in there when I had halves recently passed. I've had them a while though, and they had a couple issues, and they finally recently passed. But my plan is, I like goldfish, but my plan is if these guys die off, I'm going to be moving my Mbunas to this tank, so my Mbunas have more room because I've got a lot of them, and they're hardy fish. Super colorful. Goldfish is something I've always kept, whether they be normal goldfish or fancy goldfish. I love a goldfish personality. Okay, so Craig's, you made like a sand gravel mix. No, Michael, they're really not. When you're talking about fancy goldfish especially, they're a little less hardy than your regular goldfish. The reason why that is because you see their bodies. They're compact and they're wide, and that makes all their bowels and internal organs closer together. This is the reason why they're more susceptible to things like bloat and dropsy. The key is to feed foods that sink. You don't want them up gulping air like he's doing right there. You want, excuse me, you don't want to overfeed. I feed my fish every other day, and it's high quality foods. And if they do end up with an issue like bloat, which these ones, except for her, she had bloat when I got her, but I fixed her up. The best way to fight bloat, and I've made videos on this, is to do 30-minute Epsom salt baths in a bucket outside of the tank. That has fixed bloat many, many times for me. Way better than a medication ever did. Way better than peas or raw garlic ever did. 30-minute Epsom salt baths. If you have bloat or dropsy, it fixes both of those. I can do that, Laura. He's not going to be able to find that out because I doubt he's going to want to take the time to look back at that, Laura. But he only has the problem with my channel. But Michael, no, and keep in mind you keep your water quality good, you do maintenance, and you do what I said. I don't have problems with goldfish. Yeah, it is like a bulldog. So 3 inches deep and giving it a go. Cool, Craigs. Well, I hope you make a video on that. Fish Tropicana says, I laugh when I watch people surface feed. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, you never want to do that with these goldfish. You got to have sinking food. It's vital. And another thing that's vital to the goldfish, Michael, is you want to definitely get vegetables in their diet. They need vegetables. That helps keep them regular. And we all know the the benefits of vegetables. Craig says, because when I started a long time ago, I used to put in like 5 inches of gravel and the tanks were always on point, and we didn't even use water conditioners, and we washed the out filters in the tap. Okay, I got you, Craig's. Apple says, my son got me into Goldfish. I wouldn't have bought them if it wasn't for him or them, and I'm happy I did. Oh yeah, they just have the greatest personalities. Yes, Fish Tropic Canada. Um, yeah, you can take like Rapashi and you can make a mix. Like you can, yeah, I'm well aware of that process. You're 100% right. Absolutely, it is a great way to feed them different fish or foods and frozen vegetables and things like that. Mixing it in that gel food, and you can break pieces off and throw it in there. What do you mean your phone clicked out, Craig's? Eyeball Pirate, years ago I'd have told you you're crazy. And I put a video out on this. But now I clean all my filter media in tap water too, and it doesn't cause a problem. And I learned it from Primetime Aquatics when he put that video out with some scientific data to back it up, that the tap water just doesn't kill off enough bacteria to cause a problem. And ever since, I've been doing it that way, and I don't have a problem. And I love cleaning my sponges out with tap water. I'll take it outside to the garden hose and put it on a table I have set up out there. It cleans it faster, it cleans it better. I'll do all the sponge filters and all the trays, but I don't hit my biological filter media. Now, Patty's Aquatics, he even does his biofilter media. I don't do that. I leave it alone. I can't bring myself to spray my biological filter media with tap water. But I do everything else. It's quicker. It gets it cleaner. And I've been doing it that way for a while, and I've never had an issue. Because, think about it. Your beneficial bacteria is on everything. A lot of it is in the filter, but it's on the sand, it's on the rocks, it's on the power heads, it's on the wood. It's everywhere. So even if you killed off, let's say, 80 to 90% of the bacteria in your filter, it's going to reseed, which it does not kill that much in the filter when you do that. Hey, T. Lexiland. I'm sorry to hear that, Craig. So, yeah, absolutely. Can you see chat now? Happy Mother's Day to all you moms. I didn't know how well the stream was going to do with it being early Sunday morning and Mother's Day, but I figured we'll try it. That's how you learn, right? Atkins says, I feel that I have biomedia coming up on 5 years old, and I won't tap on that, but the phone's... So, Atkins, it sounds like you and I are on the same page. As you can see, this tank is almost filled, so I'll be walking away shortly to shut that water off, but not yet. But I'm going to go ahead and plug my FX6 back in. Now, a little tip for you guys with goldfish. We all know fancy goldfish aren't the best swimmers, right? But I have a power head in this tank. Now, if you have a large enough tank like this, 125 gallon, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's only 4 or 5 goldfish left in here, and there is one golden dojo loach. The golden dojo loach loves the flow. But if you give them ample enough space where they can go and get out of the flow, I find that the power head actually exercises these fish. It's good to make them swim and work a little bit. Exercise is good for everybody. So I like to periodically turn my power head on, make them swim and make them work a little bit. Plus, it's also good for the tank. So a lot of people think because they're not good swimmers, don't put a power head in with them. You can do that if they have ample enough room to relax. If they're tired of working against the flow, they'll come over here where there's less flow and just chill. But I find they actually enjoy it. They'll get up in it and swim against it. I'll turn it on for you. Maybe they'll do it for you. Yeah, me too, Atkins. I don't replace my stuff. I'll run that as long and as far as it'll go before I replace it. And there we go. We turned on the power head for them, get them little chubbers swimming a little bit. Okay, this is about topped off. I can go shut her off here shortly. Now today also, every Sunday I dose Vitachem in all my tanks. I do that once a week so they get their multivitamins. So once this tank is topped off, I'm going to put their dose of Vitachem in. Let me go shut this water off. I'll be right back. So if anybody isn't aware of Vitachem, Boyd Enterprises makes this, and it's basically a multivitamin for fish. But the very cool thing about this too is it actually gives your plants vitamins too. You just do 1 teaspoon for every 50 gallons of water. So in this tank we'll do 2 teaspoons. Because it's a 125 gallon tank, but by the time you put all your decor, your filters, your power heads, your substrate, that takes up space in the tank and you actually have less water volume. Plus the tank measurements itself aren't exactly 125 gallons. So I only do 100 gallons worth of dosing anything in these tanks. That's something you want to keep in mind, especially when you're talking about medications. This is not a medication, but I just wanted to let you know that it's very important to understand how much water you actually have in your aquarium. You might have a 55-gallon aquarium, but you do not have 55 gallons of water. So you need to adjust for that. Hey Tommy, if you're still here, I was talking to Whip and no one sees him in chat, and while he was messaging me on Instagram, he was saying he was chatting. So we're going to get with like Stephen P. and Jenna, and he's going to ask some people what would cause that. And Craig's had a similar experience with Brookley. You guys can see that Vitachem going all through the tank there. I'm thinking, oh Dean, I already added that before I filled it. I always put the prime in before I fill. Now I got a hang on the back as backup up there. I use a hang on the backs in addition to a canister filter on all my aquariums. I do that as backup in case something fails, and I can use those aquariums to cycle another tank, or if I wanted to use, like I had to put carbon in there to take meds out or something like that, it's much easier to do it in the hang on the back than cracking open a canister filter. So let me get that thing primed. And that's it. Let's move on to the 29 gallon. Now you guys are going to laugh about this. So this is my 29 gallon. Again, all I do with this tank is I pull water out and put water back in. It's heavily planted. It has very low stocking. All the stuff you see on the bottom is dead snail shells for the most part. But you're going to laugh about this part, because I'm going to use that 800 GPH pump to drain it. Now, I don't always do that all the time. I usually just use my Python. But I didn't hook up my secondary Python for draining the tanks outside. So we'll just go ahead. I've done it before. We'll put the GPH in there, that big pump, and drain it. It's going to be funny. All I have to do is unplug the hang on the back on this tank first. But watch how fast this pump will drain this thing. Oops. Okay. Ouch. Oh yeah, Craig. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate you. Well, you can see I got a monster 800 gallon per hour pump in a 29 gallon. We're gonna suck this water out like the Tin Man through a keyhole. Here we go. Now, anytime you're using a large pump like this in a tank that has small fish, there always is the possibility that they could get sucked in. So I just ping the glass a little bit, keep them away from it. As you can see how fast that water sprite's dropping. And the pump itself, like there was a flake of food, and it's going to take it out. So, because I fed them this morning, so any food that might be floating around, it's going to get sucked out real quick in small tanks like this. Oh yeah, man. It's just so much faster. You can drain fast. Filling up slow is the key. You don't want to shock the fish, because I don't care what you do. When you're refilling a tank, the temperature is going to be a little bit different. All I do is feel the water and make sure it matches the water in the tank, and then fill it. Never had a problem doing that. Melvin, come in. Hi, Melvin. Oh, never mind. That's MITV. Okay. And of course, with this tank, I don't need to do a huge water change. I mean, this is enough already. So I'll go ahead and unplug it and refill this. See here, Dean? Yeah, my TV, I know. I apologize. Oh yeah, Craig's. Okay, let me send some water. I just put my fingers in and get a feel for the temperature, and then I match it over there at the sink before I send the water. Be right back. And there we go. Okay, cool, Craig's. I'll tell you what, I don't know if you watch Depths, Jason, Depths Unknown, his live streams, but he has a 3D printer, and he made these, I call them condoms, but I'll show you here. So check this out. He makes these for the and they'll fit on any of these water changers like your top fins or whatever. But I'll show you. He sent me 3 different ones. There's this one. Whoops. This one has a little bit more of a closer grid, holes. And then he sent me this one that's real small. Right? And I particularly enjoy these in tanks that have small fish or shrimp. I'll put this smaller one on here. It fits on really nice. And then when you're using your python to go down there, you don't have to worry about sucking up a fish or anything too large that'll clog. It's a beautiful fit. He did a good job, and he sent me 3 different ones, and they just pop on and off real easy. So if you're interested in something like this, get a hold of Depths. He's live right now. He goes live 9 a.m. every Sunday morning. If you can message him in the chat, tell him you want some of these if you're interested in that. Tell him I sent you. Did you see my box filter mod? I think I'm onto something there. I need someone to print. Oh, you got it in your head. I wouldn't mind having one of them 3D printers, but no, I didn't see that, Craig. I'll check your channel out today and check that video out if you put a video out on it. As the old style breaks. Where the hoses go in. You mean so that over time you're just saying when they get brittle they break off? On this tank I have platies. I believe the one is pregnant. I put a post on that asking if it was pregnant, and everybody that replied said it definitely is. I apologize for the sunlight coming through the window. You can't see the tank as good, but there's neon tetras. There's one guppy left. I got rasboras in here, platies, and there's an ember tetra in here. There is a bristlenose pleco. He was just out this morning on that back wall over there. That's his cave in there. He loves his cave. But that's it, just some small tanks. Honestly, I could easily condense, like, the fish that I have in that 20-gallon long dirted tank, and the 2 longfin serpe tetras I have down in another 10-gallon tank, I could easily put them in this tank. But if I do that, I have nothing to keep those tanks cycled. I have nothing to keep feeding the beneficial bacteria to keep the aquarium cycled. And I'm not buying any more fish right now because there is that possibility we'll be moving. What's on the end of the hose? That black box. Are you talking about my pump that I use to pull the water out, Craig's? Oh man, they're everywhere here, popular. Mine's an albino. He's gotten quite big. I'm waiting for him to come out. I doubt he'll come out right now. But I've got videos and shorts on him. In the refill box. Hose, I mean. What you mean, Craig's? Oh, are you talking about over here? My Python hook, right? You're seeing the Flipper Nano, that's all. I just have it over top of it. I don't care what anybody says. Fish love a water change. Look at them. They love to swim in the fresh water coming in. Yeah, that's just a flipper. Let me, I gotta go shut this water off. Yeah, well, that's all right. I can see why you thought, because you couldn't see it said flipper before, so it looked weird. And that's it for this tank. Now I just got to prime the, I got an AC 110 HOB running this tank. A little over filtration, I know, but I love my AC 110s. I also got all these pothos that are growing in here as well. Honestly, I really don't even need this filter in this tank. With all the plants, that would run it. I don't know why I put that lid on. Yeah, with all these plants in here, and actually some of the plants in here I got from Tommy. There's some crypts in here, a big thing of water sprite. There's this Java fern that's doing real well. There's some jungle bow in here, spiralis something or other. And then of course all the pothos that are in there too. With this light stocking and small fish, I don't even need a filter on this tank. But as I said before, I do like having hang-in-the-backs running as spare filters when I need them. Doing this, it's got established bacteria built up in it already, and you never know when I might need it for one of my bigger tanks. So if I needed to, I could take that filter off, put it on a bigger tank, and I know that this is going to be fine. Hey, Sketty, good to see you. Happy Mother's Day. MITB says, I would love to have platies again. I haven't had platies in 2015. I like them. These are the pepper ones or something. I got them from the community. A couple was moving and I took them in. They were free. Thank you, Laura, for the stop sign. Oh yeah, I got lots of pothos. They're growing great. They're climbing up the walls. You'll see them as we go around. Sorry, my dog's drinking. He always loves to do that when I'm live streaming for some reason. Tommy says, if it's for me, it's not. No, I already had the spiralis prior, Tommy. But from you is all the jungle val that I've been able to split and put off in other tanks is from you. You got me the jungle val. Because Craig's wouldn't send me any. He gets it free by the ton truckloads, but he refuses to send me some for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe he hates me secretly. Valencia, okay. Can you see it? I can come down here and you can have a look at it, Tommy. We'll lower this down a little bit. Now it's got freaking algae or covered on it, but I'll stick my hand in there and we'll remove it. So let me grab my towel. It's this one that's right in front of you right here. See how it's kind of crinkly? And it's algae. I'm going to have to lower my lighting down to like 6 hours a day. But did you get a good look at that, Tommy? It's like a crinkly. But I do have some of that spiralis looking valve too. It's like, here's the crypt you gave me. It's doing fantastic. It's freaking algae would stay off of it. I find the best way to get algae off leaves in the tank like this is just take a toothbrush and brush it on there. And it comes right off. But it's like destroying, like there. Pretty crypt covered up with algae. I hate that. So, and I forgot. I usually do this before I do my water change in this tank, so I can suck the algae out with it. See, if I lift this up, maybe there's Mr. Bristlenose in there. Can you guys see him? See him down there? I don't like to interrupt this private time. Most welcome, Sketty. Okay, Craig. Okay, Craig. You bleach them? Bleach or dye. Yeah, that would definitely help. What I want to get, Dean, is my idea is to get Siamese algae eaters. They're fantastic at their job. But the problem is there is a high probability I'm moving, and I don't want to purchase any more fish right now. But if we end up staying here and I'm not going anywhere, my idea is to go get like 30 freaking Siamese algae eaters and put them in every tank to help with this algae problem. But I do need to lower the hours I have my lights on. I think that's one of the biggest issues. Now let's go ahead and give them their dose of Vitacam. This is a 29-gallon tank, so obviously you don't need a full teaspoon of this stuff. And another thing cool about this, some people will take Vitacam and they like to put it in like Repashy foods so they can eat it. But if you watch, I don't know if they'll do it here, but the fish will actually go to these sediments and eat them. So it's like, I don't find it valuable to take the time to mix Vitacam with a food. I just dump it straight in the tanks. It gets absorbed into the fish and they actually will eat it. Like it is anyways. Phillips Fireworks bag of bugs. What's that, Dean? That's it for the 29. We're going to move on to the 125-gallon community tank. In this tank, I have to be careful how much I drain it because I do have some bigger fish in here. And when they get this thing, so I'll explain to you what I'm having trouble with in this tank right now. But to continue on with what I'm saying, if you lower this too down when you got too far, when you got big fish, they start freaking out. But if you watch, this one blood parrot of mine decided one day he's going to start picking on this pleco, this big pleco I have in here. Now watch here, he just keeps picking at him and picking at him and picking at him, and he won't leave him be. And it's a fight that he really doesn't want. But he keeps, look, oh, now he's going to not do it, but he does. You might have seen it, but he keeps picking at him, and he makes the pleco mad. And then the pleco starts going after him, trying to suck on the side of him. That is a major problem. You don't want your pleco sucking the slime coat off your fish. It opens them up to disease, secondary fungal infections from the original cause and all that. So when I see it, I ping it and he stops. This pleco by far is a very well-mannered pleco. He really doesn't bother any of the other fish. I have never had an issue with him. It's my other one that's not as big that gives me issues. JGHL1, hello. Appreciate you stopping in. How are you today? But that's my current issue. The blood parrot thinks he's a big tough guy and wants to pick on my big pleco. So I'm going to back you up. We're going to go ahead and do the maintenance on this tank. Now, I do have to scrape some algae on this tank. On the far end over here, some blackbeard algae that doesn't want to come off. So we're going to take the Flipper Platinum Scraper. I'm going to put the metal one in it came with. I appreciate you, JGHL. Thank you for subbing and hanging out with me. Dean says it's a cleanup crew, a bag of scuds. Oh, okay. I want to check that out for sure. So let me get the lids off this tank. Now, if you guys can hear me, watch these blood parrots. They got enough attitude, they'll come up and hit my hand, but it feels like rubber. They can't hurt it. I'll tell you another tank cleaner is pest snails. A lot of people don't like pest snails, but when you have a large colony of pest snails, everything stays clean, including the plants. Nothing has a chance to get built up. They eat any and everything. I actually welcome pest snails. Kevin says tank maintenance is always enjoyable. Well, appreciate it, Kevin. I actually enjoy doing it. Okay, Dean. I'll definitely check it out, man. Thank you, Eyeball. Yeah, and by far the most aggressive territorial fish I have in this tank are the angelfish, but they mainly keep to themselves. They don't really bother anybody else at the tank but themselves. Try to get you guys a good angle here. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Yeah, I started with a couple I got from Tommy in here, Silver Creek Wildlife. And as they grew, I was able to split them off and put them in other tanks, and I got it everywhere. Jungle fowl is probably on my top of the list of a favorite plant. Let me get this filter shut down so I can start draining some water. And again, to drain, I use this pond pump I got from Lowe's, 800 GPH. Drains right out of the window. And that's it, we're draining. No, Silver Creek, he lives in Texas. Hey Trigger, good to see you. Yeah, I got all my crypts and jungle fowl from Silver Creek. He sent me some other plants too, and they're still alive today, doing well, if I could just keep the dang algae off of them. But you can see how fast that pump drains, and that's only 800. Some people like using higher ones, but they can start getting pretty pricey. So this tank here, I might only do about half, just because, like I said earlier, like these bigger fish, like these blood parrots. The pleco's cool. He's big, but he just hangs out. He don't move. These guys start freaking out a little bit if the water gets too low, so I'll just maybe drain this down a little over halfway. When we get over to the 75-gallon Mbuna tank, you're going to see how I mix the cichlid lake salt for when I'm refilling. GHER. Tell your dad I said I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys watching. Yeah, my maintenance is pretty easy, man. I don't get too excited with anything. I feel less is best in this hobby. The more you stick your hands in these tanks, the more things you mess around with and clean too much is when you start running into issues. So I just scrape the algae off the front. I leave the algae on the side walls and back walls. Algae is good for your system. If I have a ridiculous amount of buildup of poop in a tank, and this would be that one because I have a big pleco in here, and plecos poop a lot, I'll go ahead and take my secondary Python system that I hook up to my garden hose outside and suck that out, because I keep sand from out of my house. I don't want it getting into my internal pipes. You don't want that over the years. But I rarely have to do that, especially because I do the power head. So you put the power head on the same side as your canister filter inlet, and it's going to go over and down, and it's going to flow back to the canister filter inlet. So that really helps keep the tank clean. In addition, you're getting flow, which is great for delivering nutrients to plants. It also adds as a distraction in case you have, say, an aggressive fish, which I really don't have in this aquarium. There's multiple reasons and benefits to having power heads running. Outside of what's most well known is the additional oxygen it provides in your aquarium if you face it up towards the surface, which is what I do. But I also do it so it creates that flow to bring back all the uneaten food, garbage, and crap to the canister filter. As you can see, the substrate doesn't look all that bad. I used to do it weekly, then I went to bi-weekly, and now it's month. I only do my water changes once a month now. My nitrates stay low. That goes hand in hand with what I was just saying about less is best. All my fish are happy, healthy, they're colorful, they're energetic, they eat high quality foods. I don't overfeed my fish, so with all this combined, I only have to do water changes once a month. Now, going back to what Craig said, if I upped them water changes, maybe back to doing it every 2 weeks, I might have a reduction, and I would have a reduction with algae issues for sure. But doing it once a month has a lot of pros. One, you're saving money and time. You're saving money and time. And then, of course, when this fills back up, they'll get their dose of Vitachem too. Yeah, I don't know what time it is for Craig's. Over here, it's only like 10:30 in the morning on the East Coast for me. Craig's, I know it's nighttime for him, but I don't know what time. You guys would be able to see the tanks better if I could close the curtains. Vitachem? Oh, man. Boyd Enterprise makes it. And what it is a multivitamin for fish. It's a complete vitamin supplement for freshwater fish and aquatic animals. You dose this once a week. 1 tablespoon is good for 50 gallons of water. So in this tank, I'll be using 2 of those. That'll give me 100 gallons. And not only is it great for the fish and fights off things such as disease as like a preventative maintenance, it also provides vitamins for plants too. So I dose this once a week, and that's all you have to do. Really good for the fish. You can dose it directly in the water column like I do, or you can mix it with a gel food like Rapashi. But I find that they'll eat the granules as they're floating in the water, and I don't have to take all that time trying to mix it with a gel food. Nope, it has nothing to do with changing any water chemistry, Kevin. It is literally just a vitamin, a multivitamin. It changes nothing in your aquariums. Yeah, it's thank you. I'm gonna have to. You'll like it, Kevin. I've got a video out on it. If you get on my channel, just type in like Vitachem or something like that. I've done videos on it. It's really good stuff. Okay, that's low enough. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this pump off. That out of the way. So keep in mind what I said before for anybody that didn't hear me. Very important to know how many gallons of water you actually have in your aquarium. So this is a 125 gallon aquarium, but there is not exactly 125 gallons of water volume. By the time you have your substrate in it and your decor, your pots, your rocks, your filter, your power heads, your plants, and your fish, everything takes up room. Plus, this might be marketed as a 125 gallon aquarium, but they go by the outside dimensions when they measure that. The inside dimensions is a different story. You lose about 3 to 4 gallons of water volume just by the actual internal measurements of the aquarium alone. Add in everything else, I figure I have about maybe 100 gallons of water in this tank. So why that's important is when you're saying adding medication to a tank, anything like Prime's not a big deal. You can triple dose this and not harm anything. Or things like Vitachem. Anything that requires a specific dosing, you need to make sure and understand how many gallons of water you have. So I only need to dose for 100 gallons of water in this aquarium, which will be 2 capfuls of Prime. And I always put my Prime in first before I fill. I'll be right back. I'm going to send some water to the tank. And there we go, we're refilling. Well, I can read this to you if you'd like, Dean. I'll read the back of it. So what we have here is it has crude protein, crude fat, crude fiber, moisture, phosphorus, which all those stuffs are pretty minimal except for the fiber. You got 2.0% fiber. You get 90% moisture. Okay, so I'm going to read all of the vitamins for you. And if you're talking about the Seachem Vitachem, you get vitamin A, vitamin B12, vitamin E. You get 600 parts per million of vitamin C with this. You get vitamin B2, B6, biotin, leucine, lysine, phenylalanine. I can't pronounce all these. Omega-3 is in here. And what's in here, the ingredients is water, fish oil, vitamin A supplement, vitamin E supplement, menadione sodium complex, vitamin K, activity, riboflavin, vitamin B12, thiamine. It's just packed full of multivitamins for fish. And it really does help keep disease at bay, keep them healthy. It helps with coloration. It's pre-stabilized multivitamin. It's water and tissue soluble. Any exclusive revolutionary new concept in vitamin supplements for animals and fishes kept in closed systems. It helps aid with fin generation and lateral line diseases. All good stuff. Yep, you can soak your pellets in it. Homer's 100% right. I mean, it's a combination of things, Sketty. I started using Vitachem maybe a few months ago or more. It's not something I've always used. So mainly it's just good maintenance, keeping clean water, and high quality foods before that. So you're right. And then just adding the Vitachem in was just like the icing on the cake. Tommy, if you're talking to me, I do not keep gudgeons. I don't have any gudgeons. In this tank, we have angelfish, black skirt tetras, some glowfish that were rescues. I got 2 blood parrots. I got a big, large, common pleco in here. Now, the pleco thing can be controversial, but I've had this guy a long time. He's about a foot. He is a big boy. But I have a backup plan for this guy. If I ever have to get rid of this guy for one reason or another, whether he's become an issue or he's just too big for this tank, I've already talked to my local fish store who has an indoor concrete pond specific for plecos, and she said that she would take them. So, I'm not oops, I'm not one of them guys that's going to go take them to the lake, river, or pond to throw them in there. That's the problem. That's why they become an invasive fish. They destroy ecosystems. So important to do research on your fish before you buy them so you know what you're getting. This isn't a bristlenose pleco. This is a big boy. I'm pretty sure he's a snow king pleco. I got 2 of them. The second one was a rescue because he was literally going to take it to a lake. I said, no, bring him over here. What's that angelfish doing? Move you guys closer. Really good. It's hard to see with that sun coming in. Let me close the curtains a little bit. I don't need to have them wide open. There, it's a little better, right? Take you over here. You can see my big pleco. He's hanging out here. That's his head right there. Oh yeah, jungle bile is great. I love that look of it. It's easy to grow. It takes off. Fantastic for the aquariums. Yeah, he loves, that's his spot. He loves to get up under that piece of driftwood. This guy keeps picking on him like I was saying earlier. I think it's this one. He's asking for a fight he don't want. If you guys can see, the Pictus catfish that I have loves to hang out under him. They have like a symbiotic relationship. That Pictus catfish will go lay under that big pleco all the time. Thank you for the stop sign, Laura. I also have water sprite in here, another one of my favorite plants that's easy to grow and provides a lot of benefits. There comes my race car there. Boom, see, right back under the pleco. Pictus catfish, another fish that's they're really cool. Zoom around the tanks. They look cool. I love I have no idea what that is, Homer. Laura says, that's neat that we get to see those relationships between the fish and the tanks. Yeah, I noticed, here's that fish that came out as an umbuna. I had to take out of my umbuna tank that was getting picked on. They had his fins down to a nub. I nursed him back to health and put him in this tank, and he loves it. He gets along with everybody. You know, I always say all fish have different personalities like fish. So when someone asks me what fish can go with what fish, it's something you got to try unless it's apparent that you don't want to put together. It's something you can try because some fish can say, people will say fish have these attitudes and you can't put it with this fish. Well, I have an umbuna in here, a fish that's supposed to be aggressive, right? And he's hanging out in this community tank. It doesn't bother anybody. He's just the more docile one. But yes, you're right. I think it's so cool how he just hangs out there underneath that pleco. Something about angelfish. Oh, yes. Love them too. Oh, Jesse, you need some juice. Nice colored plant. Okay, I'll check into that. All right, Dean. Appreciate you hanging out for a little bit, man. You be safe. Have a good rest of your weekend. Okay, it looks like a Nubius. Okay. I'm always wanting to get some plants. Can't have enough plants until you have enough plants. I think Ross Baltimore is supposed to be sending me some water lettuce. I'll give you guys a top view if you'd like to see a top view of the tank. Looking down. those angelfish, or those blood parrots really stick out. They can't real hide real well. There's a good view for you. And these blood parrots are just gorgeous. But because of the way their mouths are shaped, I have to make sure I feed them a larger flake. I have to stick it down so it's pre-saturated and it sinks, and they're larger so they can just suck them right in. Now, he was recently able to suck in a freeze-dried shrimp, and he ate that. Or no, it was krill, frozen krill I gave him. Here's some of my black skirt tetras. They're cool because they look just like the zebra angels in here. Not zebra, but the striped angels I have in here. Here comes that Mbuna. Get a good look at him. He's cool. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir. Thank you. Now, I do have two black Ascara angels in here. They have the red eyes. They're hard to see when they're in the back because I have the back of all my tanks painted black. So they really just disappear in these tanks. If you know, I wonder if, no, I know where they're at. They're usually hanging out in the back over here. They're hard to see. Surprised they haven't come out. There is one single Cory cat in here too. He's an old man. Maybe as this tank fills up, I can find these. Well, let's check on the other side. Maybe they're over here. All tangled up here. Bear with me. Okay, I see one. No, that's the Mbuna. Where the heck are those angels at? Some angels over here hanging out. See them back there and up front. Those angels must be hiding good. I cannot find them right now. Once we get this tank filled up all the way, we'll find them. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 8 or 9 angelfish in here, Kevin. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that little altercation between the blood parrot and angel. But look, the angels aren't afraid of nothing, man. Going after that big fish. Them freaking angelfish, man. They got attitudes. They're not scared of nothing. The only thing that spooks them off is when that big pleco moves around the tank, and then they'll get out of his way. Oh, God, Kevin, mine seem to be cranky all the time, man. I can't believe I can't find them black angelfish. I usually spot them. Just got getting worried for a minute, but... For the longest time, those black angels were my most aggressive ones, but they seem to have chilled out lately. If you look back at my videos, these golden tops here, or whatever they're called, and that one smaller marble, because I have two marbles, one's bigger than the other, I was raising them in this 29 gallon for a while as a grow out tank. You have 6 and a 125. Nice, Kevin. Angels are really, really nice. Hey, Talisa, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your kind words. Yeah, just doing some maintenance today. Waiting for this tank to top off so I can locate my 2 black Ascara angels. They have the red eyes, but some of my black striped angels have red eyes too. I kind of like that. I like the fish with the red eyes. My wife, she doesn't. Oh, good, Tommy. Tommy like knows everybody, like has all their numbers. Like Tommy helps Father Fish wash his car on the weekends. Like that's the relationship he has. It seems like with everybody. Look at the glowfish and the black skirt going at it. I've never seen that. What is going on today? Look at this. Crab ass. One thing I like about a community tank is you got lots of different fish, lots of activity, and there's always something going on. There's nothing dull about them. You got a pictus catfish that hangs out under a pleco. You got a parrotfish that keeps picking on a pleco. You got a glowfish and a black skirt going at it. Of course, the angelfish never stop. Hey, Bizzle. Yeah, I mean, I thought you had to shock a pool at least once a week. And they tell you to shock a pool after a heavy rain. And it's been raining here and thunderstorming lately. So that was why I asked you that question, because we need the pool ready for a party we're having in a couple of weeks. But during that time, if we shock it, in 2 days it's supposed to rain, right? So I just didn't want to waste a whole packet of shock if the rain's going to neutralize it, type of thing. Okay, guys, here's that one of them black Ascaras coming out. He's hard to see with that black background, but could you see him? That water coming in, it's hard to see in now. Maybe I can move this without spooking them. It's just stirring up sediment. He left, I think. If he'd come over here to the middle, you can get a real good look at him. So I'm pretty sure they're both hanging out back behind there. Community tanks are interesting. Nice to see different fish next. Exactly. Kevin, once this tank's done filling up and things settle down a little bit, I'll take you over here. We'll see if we can get a really good look at them. They need to come over here in the center. Sorry for all this movement. Yeah, so you can shock to kill any extra stuff. Just don't add any tabs or salt. So I don't use salt, Boizo. I don't have a salt system. I just use those big chlorinating 3-inch chlorinating tablets that does a clarifier, algicide, and chlorine. And then I was doing the Arm & Hammer pH as I need tablets. But like I was saying, I can drain these tanks so fast with a pump, it takes much longer to fill. But it's cool because I can take this time to chat with you guys. Put tabs weekly and clean pool. Yeah, we vacuum it and net it out. We also have a skimmer. And I actually have an oversized sand filter pump for this pool. It's a pump that was a filter that was not made for that pool, but I made some adapters and stuff, so it works. So I'm over filtering this pool as well. CYA is in the tablets over time. Okay. Yeah, I was backwashing it weekly. It's a 24-foot long, 12-foot wide pool. You know, I often thought about, like, if I do move my tanks into the garage and make my own garage fish room like I want to do here in the near future, I thought about putting all the tanks on one big freaking sand filter. And instead of having sand in there, put that K1 media and then just use some sponges on the intakes and outtakes or something like that. Silver Creek's 10 by 20. I think ours is a 10 by 24 if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, dude. Like, I got the pool for free. My wife found it on the Facebook Market site. All we had to do is go load it up. And then I got the sand filter free from a buddy of mine. I just had to do some cleaning and lubing some seals, and then I made some adapters. So the whole setup's free. The only money we have into it is chemicals at this point. Yeah, one big sand filter would take care of all these aquariums easy, and then some. Just get some PVC and pipe them, and run into that, and then put some valves in for like each tank so you can adjust the flows, and when you drain it, you could drain it right from the sand filter pump, every tank simultaneously. But you'd have to put a valve at each tank because some are bigger than the others, right? And with distancing, not each tank is going to drain the same, so you need to adjust for that flow. But once you have it down, you can just like do like a drain on the sand filter pump, drain all the tanks at once, and then set up a situation to fill them simultaneously. Be a really easy way with a really nice filter. No, Tommy, they never do. Those filters that come with those pools are crap. They don't do a crap job, and then you're also getting into those paper filters that you have to change monthly, and it ain't even monthly, it's weekly. They go to crap fast. You're better off getting a very cheap or free sand filter pump and getting your adapters and making it work like I did, and you get a really good filter. I'm going to go ahead and plug this FX6 back in now. As you can see here, I do the tote trick with the canister filters. If you're afraid of leaks, I go ahead and put one of these totes and it sits in there. So if I ever have a leak coming from one of these, it's going to catch in there and not your floor. This is really good if you have your aquariums in your house like me. Now, if I get my fish room out into a garage like I want to do on a concrete floor, not a big deal. Then I could get rid of those if I wanted. But to take it a step further, you can get those like watchdog alarms and stick in each one, so if there's a leak, it'll go off if you're not paying attention to it. So not only have you contained the leak, it's letting you know that there is one and you can fix it before you have a disaster. All right, let me shut this water off. Oh yeah, I've done that too, and I've washed them. My wife will wash them out and reuse them, Tommy. man, there was that angelfish just went by. You guys missed it. Oh yeah, we'll rewash those filters too. We'll get use out of them, but after a while they just go to crap and you have to replace them. I hate those cartridge filters. As soon as I found that sand filter, I'm like, heck yeah. So here's this one guy over here. We'll see. I want you guys to see my big black angelfish. He's right there. He came out. Hopefully he'll come out for you. I'm going to leave this here a little bit while I tie things up. And put my Vitachem in. Very important too with the Vitachem. Shake. Okay, both angelfish are there, guys. You can see them moving back there. Hopefully they come out a little bit. I'll tell you what, I'll put a thing of Vitachem right there. Maybe they'll think it's food. I won't turn the power head on yet. I want to try to coax them to come out. They're both just back there. Oh no, guys, guess what? I think we have angelfish eggs. You tell me. Let me take this off. Right on the Amazon sword. My problem is once that pleco finds out, he's going to scatter them. So what's the best thing to do here? Take the whole leaf off and put in a... Should I put them in my breeder box or should I put them in a 10-gallon? With a diffused air stone. Yeah. Yes, I do. I got angel eggs. I don't want angels. That sucks right now, though. I don't need no more fish right now. This is the first time they've done eggs in a year. Yeah, I got that diffused air stone, too, for that purpose I got from Aquarium Co-op. Just in case they laid them again. So what should I do? Just take the whole leaf off and stick in there? Leave them on the leaf? I had this once before and this monster scattered them and killed them all. So I've got to do something with this quick. So just take the whole leaf off, put it in a 10-gallon tank and have that diffused air stone just flow over them, right? Okay. This is exciting. Yes. I've been wanting this, but it's the worst timing. Oh, cool. I'm excited about that. Well, I got to take care of that before that monster finds them. Now, should I leave the power head off or leave that power head on? Will that bother anything? This power head's been on for like a couple days. Just a day. I don't always have it on. I just use it to help clean. It is exciting. I'm sad. I don't have any methylene blue though. From what I understand, Jerome, I don't think you have to use that if you use the diffused air stone to keep, bacteria from building up. Yeah, I'll definitely take the leaf off, but I got to set that empty 10-gallon up I have. Or should I put them in a breeder box, the fluval breeder box? I have the fluval breeder box running on this tank right now. I could put them in there, no? With a diffused air stone or something? Okay, so yeah, but if I just use the diffused air stone, will that do the same thing? Because I don't have methylene blue. If I could do it a little bit more naturally, I'd rather do it that way. Yeah, because look, the breeder box is on this aquarium already. I could stick them in there, right? Just stick the whole leaf in there. Yeah, you don't have to. I had a spurt of issues, even with air stones for a bit. So I'm back. Okay, Jerome. In their own setup with clean water. Well, the water is definitely clean. Air of them. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna take that whole leaf off. I gotta clean. I'm gonna have to actually clean that breeder box out because I had soil in it. I'm gonna go clean it off, bring it back, set it back up, put them in there, and get an air stone on them. Yeah, I have that diffused air stone from Aquarium Co-op. Just gotta find it. Because I said if it ever happened again, I wanted to be prepared, and I am prepared. I got the breeder box, I got an air stone I can put on there. Yeah, I just gotta find it. I just saw it. Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna go see if I can find that air stone. I gotta get this breeder box off. I think I need to go ahead and do that now before I continue with on maintenance. What do you think? Okay, Jerome. Yeah, it's something I need to get. You know, I put a couple drops in a breeder box or something. Well, the problem is if you do that in the breeder box, the methylene blue is going to go throughout the tank when you don't need it. You guys get to see her protecting her and cleaning her eggs. I'll be right back. Let me go see if I can find that air stone and get this breeder box ready before that frickin' monster down there destroys them. He did last time. Okay, I found the diffusers, so I've got the air stone in use somewhere, so I just gotta find the air stone. But right here's the diffusers for it. How much flow should you have of air going over them? It is exciting. I'm excited about this. So I'm assuming you shouldn't have a full blasted air stone going over them, right? Just a little bit? Stay put, you big bastard. Stay in there. Small bubbles, but a lot of them. Okay. Circulation. Tommy, call me if he comes out of his frickin' hole. Will running the air, the power head disrupt anything? Good, it looks like little salt on there. Don't blast them, okay. Bear with me, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, see, that's what I'm afraid of. I'd love to just let the parents raise them, but I'm afraid they'll eat them. Thanks for coming in, Swiftle. So what do you guys think? If that pleco wasn't in here, I'd let it go, but I'm going to have to take him out because I've been through this once. So I'm going to take this breeder box off, go ahead and clean it out, and then set it back up, put that leaf in there. That's probably the safest thing to do, yeah? So anybody that's in here that can help me, this is my first time doing this. I have the breeder box right here. I cleaned it out. And of course I have this little gate it comes with so the fry can't go back in the tank. So I'm going to go ahead, get this filled back up. I'm going to put that leaf with the eggs in it. And this is designed so it drips, you know how the breeder boxes work. But I can get, instead of using this, well, you need this to fill it. So I'll have to have another air stone setting in there to make sure it goes over the eggs, right? Movie con. Breeder box is filling up. Now I just need to locate that air stone. Got it in here somewhere. Well, I found it. Bear with me a minute, guys. I'm going to get you up here so you can see this box. And you can let me know if I have a good flow with the airstone in there. Can you guys see that all right? There's the breeder box. It's filled up, and I have a diffused airstone in there. Now, I can add diffusers. Is that too much? Let me get you a little closer. Does that look good, or should I dial that down a little more? Add in one of those diffusers. That looks like, I feel like that's too much airflow, or is that okay? Hey. Hey, Craig, I just found out that I have my angelfish laid some eggs there on that leaf right there. I just got my fluval breeder box set up. I'm about to cut that plant leaf off and move them up in there. And I have a diffused air stone to run on. Hey, Laura. Good to see you coming out. Yeah, I silenced the mic because I had to take this opportunity for my next video because, as you can see, my angels laid eggs. These two right here, they're being very protective. As you can see, they're fighting the parrot here. They're like, get out of here, get out of here. But the parrots have too much attitude. They're not going to back down. Last time my angels laid eggs, this big pleco destroyed them, so I need to get them out now. So I'm going to reach in there, I'm going to cut that plant leaf off, and we're going to put it in the fluval breeder box. But I'll be back. I'm going to silence this mic because I'm making a video at the same time. But I'm still here. You can keep chatting. Sneak attack by Jesse. Now the angels are. Yeah, I always feel bad about it. I just wish there were some more breeders in here to give me some advice. I got the leaf in there. I got the diffused air stone in there. Is that all I need to do? Do I need to make sure the leaf is anchored down a little bit.
Just a one.
Huh?
Turn the volume on.
Yeah, I muted the mic, but I unmuted it now because I want to mute it for the video. You can set that down. That's all I'm going to do right now.
Or would you say it's good or not?
Hold this a minute for me, baby. Oh. Let me get small rocks. Yeah, they stay the leaves to the hatch, and once you get the bacteria off, that should be good.
Oh, Daddy, Daddy. That's where you live?
Yeah, me too. I feel bad for them too. But the chances of them eating them is high. So I'm going to use this piece of dragon stone to weigh the leaf down, unless I don't need to. Like, should I put the leaf face down? I'm not sure what to do. Wish Swiffle was in here, or Tommy. I need one of them egg tumblers. Laura.
not right on them, but they're getting the circulation.
Yeah, it's unmuted. I muted it for a minute. If you guys can see, let me move you closer. I've turned the leaf. The eggs are facing upwards but still vertical on the plant leaf. I used that piece of dragon stone to anchor the bottom end of the leaf down, and I moved the air closer to it. Now, is that too much air? Should I add another diffuser in? Too many air bubbles?
Face.
Swivel, if you're back in, is that too much air? Should I add another diffuser in? I've got the plant. Is this too much? Should I add another diffuser in on that air stone? I know that you want the bubbles close to the eggs to keep them clean, but not directly on them. Would the circulation from the intake be enough? I read that having the air bubbles close to them helps keep bacteria off of them. Whoops. Maybe pull the air stone back a little bit. Okay. When I was researching this a while ago, I read that they do that too to keep a little bit of flow over the eggs so they don't get bacteria, but do you think that'll be okay, just the way it is? I won't. Here. The eggs are all the way to the left of the breeder box. Do you think that's too much air circulation? Should I add another diffuser in that air stone? All right, well, let me just put another diffuser in there. I feel bad for the angels now. They can't find their eggs. I added another diffuser in this air stone. That's still too much. Okay, Swivel, I just added like a fourth diffuser in it. I'll try it again. If it's still too much, I'll bring you up here and you can tell me if the circulation from the breeder box is enough. Yeah, that's still too much. Actually, the more diffusers I add in, it seems like the worse it gets. Are you still here, Swiftwell? I'll take you up real quick and you can see what it looks like with just the breeder box alone. So here's what's coming out. The eggs are over here on the leaf. Should I move the leaf over to here? Like move the eggs a little closer to the input? No? You think I should just leave it like it is? Okay. I don't know if you can see the eggs on the leaf there. Hard to see on this camera. I can see them with my eye. Thanks, Freaky Fish Lady. Appreciate it. I love my blood parrots. So, you think this looks just fine, Swiffle? We'll leave it be as it is. I'll put the lid on. And these are the two that gave me my eggs. Now you're confusing me, Swivel. You say don't put the bubbles on the eggs, directly on them, but you need it close to them, right? So there's some circulation on it. So I think I should move the leaf a little closer to that input then. But you know, those little breeder boxes, that amount of flow, I would imagine there's circulation in there. But that is a big air pump that's feeding that. You know what? I can dial it down. I forgot.
If it spills, I'm barely going into this.
I guess it does feed out into the tank. Okay, Swiffle, so even when I have the, so you know the breeder box comes with this flow control valve, right? I have it all the way in and it still looks like that. But I have it over here. The eggs are over here. Do you think that'll be okay? Just to ensure I got good circulation? Like, I don't know why that valve isn't. Maybe I can install my own valve that'll work better. I have some. I just need to be able to dial this down. With this Tetra pump, I can't dial it down. So let me get my other thing. It is a lot of movement. Let me diffuse it. Kind of splicing it along, I think. I'll check those videos out for sure, Swiffle. But check this out now, man. I put an inline flow control, and I got them bubbles slowed down. Should I move that a little closer to the eggs now that I've slowed the flow down? Or even if I just move it over a little bit, like towards the middle or something like that, will that be good? Yeah, I'll definitely watch some shorts. I'm about to get something to eat, and I'll watch those. But just for peace of mind, before I go watch them, is I lowered the flow and moved it a little closer. That'll probably be okay, yeah. It's not so dang rapid. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna let my live stream watch my 125 gallon tank while I get something to eat, and then we'll continue maintenance on the Oscar tank next. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it while I eat my lunch. Thanks for sharing that. Pretty sure I've heard of this. Hey, Dan, Everyday Fish Keeping, stopping by saying hello. So, for a shout out to him, I'm gonna say it like this. Hello, everybody. Hey, everybody. That's what it is. Hey, everybody. Well, I got it dialed down now. There's not near as much air bubbles coming out. I just can't get this to sit right where I want it. So I'll just stick it right there. There's definitely probably enough flow with the incoming on the breeder box and that air stone in there. I got the lid on. The lids on these things do suck, I will say that. I hate these lids. They don't stay put well, but there it is. The eggs are over on this side on the leaf. I've got some flow. I'd say it's plenty. Be good to go. You did not have a Pleco bigger than this. Just messing with the swivel. Yeah, this is my biggest one. Obviously, when he puts his fins and fan up, he gets huge. May not need an air stone, right? I just want to make sure they don't get no dang bacteria on them, but I can take it out and see how it goes for sure. If the incoming flow is enough in that little, this is the large sized breeder box, I can take it out. I feel bad for the parents though. They're looking for their eggs now. It was on a leaf on this Amazon. I cut it off and put it up there. So hopefully I'll get some angelfish babies. I'm all excited. This is my very first time dealing with this. So appreciate you helping me along, and Tommy was helping me along. They'll get fungus for sure if you don't have the flow, right? As long as I got flow, they should be good. I mean, I know that you had the methylene blue in there. I don't have any of that. Do you think I can get away with having the methylene blue with just the airflow? Maybe because I have the air stone in, it's providing more flow. I won't need it. Bad eggs with fungus. That's why peroxide. Oh, so I could actually put like dose little peroxide in there. I have peroxide. Yeah, Dan. Two of my different angels laid eggs in this tank before. But then this big pleco in here scattered them, ate them. That was like a year ago, and they haven't tried it again. Well, these two angels here, I grew out and put in this tank. They're the parents, and so they don't know about the issues in this tank. They're very protective though. Till I pulled that leaf out. Glass or a heater, all fun. Yeah, I got lucky. And of course, they think they still have eggs in here, so they're trying to fight the blood parrot off. Unless there is more eggs, and I don't know. Yeah, true. Oh yeah, I got a 10-gallon. I'm going to set up today and get it. I have a sponge filler I can put in there that'll insta-cycle it. And it'll be good to go. Yeah, they'll probably start relaxing. Wonder how long it takes. Well, I'll be finding that out shortly, I guess. I would just let the parents raise them in a normal situation. But one, you're up against a few things. Will the parents eat their first ones? Maybe it happens. Will the other fish get to it like this monster down here? Most likely. If I left them in here, they would surely die. Hey, Raina. Good to see you. Appreciate you coming in. I'm good. How are you today? Yeah, I was just doing some tank maintenance, and I just finished this one, and I was getting ready to go do the Oscar tank. And then I discovered them eggs, so that slowed me down a bit. Appreciate it, Raina. Yeah, I watched that one short of your swivel. You did have an air stone in there, but it was diffused down pretty good. But you also had them in a jar. My plan is to just wait till they hatch in this breeder box and then move them Move them over to the 10-gallon. Right. Makes sense. My parents ate the first spawn next to non-fertile eggs and then a fourth spawn, parents raising, but in a 30-gallon tank alone. Okay. Yeah, I've read that it might take them a few tries till they realize they shouldn't do that. But in this case, as long as I can get my babies to come out, they'll be safe. I just got to get them into the 10-gallon. So you're saying I can put like a few drops of peroxide in there when they're in a contained tank? Just to keep bacteria at bay? Or do you think I don't even have to worry about it? You know, do you think they'll be okay without doing anything? Cool. Yeah, these guys were babies. I put them in that 29-gallon over there, and when they got bigger, I put them in here. Yeah, I watched the one, and I'm going to watch some more of them. You would go ahead and put some drops of peroxide in with them? Okay. So, how many drops of peroxide? But I guess I have to move them to the 10-gallon tank to do that, right? Because the peroxide will just go out into the aquarium here on the breeder box. Okay. 3 millimeter per gallon is the max you can use in a tank with fish. Not sure about eggs. Okay, Dan, thanks. And I mean, the same goes with the methylene blue. If I put it in that breeder box, it's going to wind up in this tank, and it does stain, and I don't want that. So it's almost like I just need to let them chill in that breeder box until they hatch, and then I'll move them over to the 10-gallon, and then once they're in... But at that point, they've already hatched. It don't help me with the egg situation. But I'll watch your videos, and I'll figure out which one works best for me. What I ought to do is pull the parents out and just put them in that 10-gallon with the eggs. What do you think? Okay, Dan. Yeah, I have some peroxide, but this is funny. Both of these hardheads won't back down. 3%. Let me check. Yeah, mine say 3%. So 3 millimeters per gallon then. Okay. I think what I probably do is just get them in the 10-gallon and do the peroxide that way. Get them in there now and take them out of this breeder box. Yeah, that's my other question. What should I keep the temperature at? Obviously the temperature in this tank is fine. And it's about 78 degrees in here. Hey Jim, you missed the excitement. Found angelfish eggs and just, as you can see the aggression. But I pulled them out. They were on an Amazon sword leaf, and I put them in this breeder box up here. So I'm thinking now I should probably just go ahead and set my 10-gallon spare tank up, insta-cycle it. And then just add the peroxide in that tank. Oh yeah, it's exciting. What is on the nose of this blood parry? You see those like air, almost looks like purling bubbles from a plant stuck to his nose. I did just do a water change in this aquarium. Remember, after free swimmers, they need many water changes. Okay, how many water changes a day do you suggest? Yeah, Jim, I was going around doing water changes. I got to this tank and had to stop because I found those eggs. See on the nose of that blood parry, he's got like bubbles stuck to his head. So once a day, okay. Now, I'm assuming it's okay to just put prime before filling in the tank as normal, or will the tap water cause a problem for fry? I gotta watch your videos. I gotta sit down and watch these videos because I gotta figure this. You say I might have free swimmers in what 3 days, so it's like I gotta figure this out quick. Okay. So if I have a 10-gallon tank, I can put them in. What do you think I should do? Just get the 10-gallon tank set up, insta-cycle it, put the leaf in there with some air for circulation, and maybe drop some peroxide in per Dan's recommendation, and then just do water changes daily. But will doing the water changes using dechlorinated tap water cause a problem, or should I just pull some water out of this tank to refill it, type of thing? Get a 1-gallon jar and you put the leaf in the jar. So literally put the leaf in a 1-gallon jar, put a diffused air stone in there for circulation, add some peroxide, a couple drops. I'll put a jar in a tank, okay? So I can place that jar in the 10-gallon tank, okay? something like this do. Okay, so I'll fill this up with some tank water. Put an air stone in there with the leaf in there. Maybe a drop or two of peroxide. With 1 gallon, he said 3 milliliters, right? Then I'm going to put this in the 10-gallon tank, and the warmth of the tank will keep this warm. Okay, I got it. Appreciate that. I'll be back, man. I'll be right back. He was in there. What he was saying is the only shock is meat. I said, we were told that we've been doing shocking after a hard rain, and we're doing it once a week. According to him, you don't need to shock once a week, it's just as you need to, checking the levels. If chlorine's good, and your pH is good, you don't need a fucking shocker.
Well, it's not. I can check, but they had checked, but it wasn't reading. It wasn't reading for that rating.
Yeah.
Send it to Saint, you send it to Saint first.
Huh?
Send it to Saint first.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Sure.
Come back to that moment.
Dan said that they'll, Dan said that those hormones and stuff come down here, cover it, there's no relax about it, sure.
That's wonderful. They were doing a good job with the little thing.
Yeah, but the camera makers, something's going to do it, so.
I think we should put them in there with the baby.
You can, but then I leave them. That's so much shit going on right now. Oh, man. Bear with me, guys. I'll get back to the maintenance. I was just setting up this breeder tank for my newly found angelfish eggs. I about got it finished now. So, when I'm done, we'll go ahead and start the maintenance on this Oscar tank, get this cyanobacteria out of here, and get this tank looking a lot better. Get you a better view until I'm ready here. All right, fish peeps. Let's get this. God, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm wiped out from dealing with these baby angel eggs. Alright, so you guys have heard me talk about having a secondary python I hook up to my outside hose. That way when I'm doing this, like I'm going to suck that cyanobacteria up just like this, get it out of here. Then I'll put my pump in and drain the rest of the water. I have a secondary system hooked up to my hose outside, so any sand that gets sucked up goes outside and not my indoor plumbing. That's very important. And I'm not worried about sucking too much of the sand out because I'm actually trying to get rid of this sand. This sand is from PetSmart from Sea Care. And to fill this tank up with enough sand, it was about $184. That's just the cost of that. It's the sand you can buy in the stores. Okay. The other reason why I don't like it is these Oscars love digging the sand. This sand from Sea Care is lighter and it floats in the water column easier. And because of that, I had to put this pre-filter on the inlet of my FX6 because too much sand was getting sucked inside of the canister filter. So I'm using this sand to cycle tanks when I make like a sand or a new tank, regardless if it's dirted or normal. So I'll scoop cups of the sand out and use it to insta-cycle new tanks as well as provide the substrate for the new tank, and that's fine because these tanks that I'm going to be putting the sand in, usually these fish that don't interact with the substrate much, so they're not digging the sand up, therefore it's not pluming up into the water column, so it's not a problem, but in this tank it's a problem with these Oscars. So to slowly get rid of it, I'll then add it back in pool filter sand, because pool filter sand and sandblasting, black diamond sandblasting sand is heavier. It doesn't plume up into the water column as easier, so it's not as much as an issue getting into your filter. So don't waste your money on that expensive sand at the pet store. It's too expensive. Pool filter, there's just too many other options that are cheaper and work just as good and look just as nice. Like your pool filter sand, like your sandblasting sand. If you live in an area that has a Tractor Supply, they sell an all-purpose sand that is really cool, and it's even got a different look. Because it's like a sand mixed with a little bit larger pebbles of gravel, so you get like that gravel sand mix. And it's cheap. And you know, I rinsed it twice and all the filth came off. It's not near as filthy as like play sand. So I do like Tractor Supply's all-purpose sand better than play sand. Play sand seems like you can rinse that stuff like combing the fur out of a cat. It just keeps coming. But eventually you do get it. It just takes a lot of cleaning when you use play sand. So we're going to get this sand bacteria off of here. And then we'll just proceed with water change. I do think as time goes on, I need to adjust my timing for my lights. I think I'm leaving my lights on still too long. I think I want to get down maybe 6 hours a day because I'm having too many allergy issues. That and I only do maintenance once a month. So if I was doing water changes bi-weekly, it probably won't be as much of an issue. But I have found as time goes on, I just don't need to do weekly and bi-weekly water changes. My nitrates stay low. My tanks are seasoned, well established. I always say less is best in this hobby, but if the lack of water changes is starting to cause too much algae, it's something I might have to pick back up on a little bit more often. Maybe every 3 weeks instead of every 4. thing about cyanobacteria is if you don't get it all, it's going to come back. It's a hard thing to combat. I suck as much as I can physically. I have dose tags with erythromycin. Erythromycin kills it because erythromycin is an antibacterial medicine, and cyanobacteria, also called blue-green algae, is not an algae, it's actually a bacteria. It'll keep coming back to it. So even with using erythromycin, I've maybe killed 95% of it, but I didn't get it all, so it's just going to keep coming back. Let me go turn this faucet off and we'll go ahead and start draining this water. And now, because I do use a pre-filter, as I discussed on this, I had to change out my pre-filter because they get clogged. It reduces the flow. So once a week, I take the old one off, take it outside, clean it with the garden hose outside, and just throw another one on because I have spares that I keep on hand. $800-gallon-per-hour pump pumps it right outside, much faster than trying to drain with the Python. Once you get into bigger tanks, pumps are just the way to go. They're just by far more efficient. I just pull them off and throw them in my cup here. Grab another one. Go ahead and get the Python set up on the other side. Get ready to fill it. With these big boys, I like to drain at least 3/4 of the water out. I wasn't paying attention and drained a little bit more water out than I wanted to, but they're okay, and we're filling now.